And I'm live, finally. That's the first time I tried to schedule a live stream and thought we would have everyone out the door by 9 o'clock, and it's 9:30, so it was a bit delayed from what I was expecting. But we're on day 6 building my auto live captions app. Leo, hello. Sidat, hello. You guys are very patient. I saw you in the chat. I had my kids on jumping all over me 5 seconds ago, so this is the first opportunity I got to actually turn the camera on without kids jumping up and down. What are we building today? I'll show you this thing. I've made this plugin. So on the right hand side, what I'm going to do is track how many lines of code I'm coding. And it can also track how many minutes between using AI, and then just show some basic stats of the day. And then the topic, so I want to add topic. I'm very interested to know how much revenue is enough revenue for everyone. Hello, Ed Rocks. So get some music on. Today I'm working on, it's day 6. I'm going to be working on the styles. I started this on day 5. I've been wanting to get to the styles from the whole point. The whole last week I wanted to get to the styles. This is the most exciting part. But to get there was a lot of groundwork to do. So today I'm finally getting stuck into customizing the styles. And I'm going to have what I call boring captions. So boring captions are what you normally see on live streams. At the moment you see the speech bubble. And then I need some ideas for some other styles to create. See that? Of course I can remember you're building the tic-tac-toe game. How's the progress on that one? Get some music. So I'm only streaming on YouTube today. I was using Restream in the past, and Restream, when it cuts out, it creates a whole new stream. So if it does happen to cut out, it was creating a whole new stream, and it splits it into multiple streams. So I just was ending it there. But if you stream directly with YouTube, apparently if it does drop out and reconnect, it just resumes everyone on the same stream. A reflex app. See that? What's a reflex app? So you can see on the sidebar, there's a little widget that I coded up overnight. And because I'm not restreaming, so I'm not across multiple platforms, I'm just on YouTube, I've dropped the YouTube chat from the side and replaced it with this SwiftUI lines coded functionality. And this is like a graph that will track every 10 minutes my coding, give a graph how it's going, and show if I'm how many lines of code are created in this 10-minute block versus my best. And then I'm very interested to know how many times I send queries off to AI. And I'm interested in putting like a time lapse of like a coding graph in like a video or something as well. Alright, so day 6, styles, boring captions. Go to the screen and we bring up, I'm going to turn the captions off when I'm on the screen because it will pop up everywhere. So I've got styles. At the moment, the only style I have is speech bubble. And then I want to, it's going to call it closed captions, but this is what's going to be called the, move that out of the way. This is what's going to be called the boring captions. See that, where background changes between 1 to 5 seconds, and if the selected background is green, it starts a timer, and there is a button to stop time. When you click it, it shows your score. That's kind of like those, yeah, those reflex tests you see with Formula 1 drivers. They've got those Formula, let me just close that. Formula 1 driver reflex test. Have you seen this? These Formula 1 drivers test on something similar. They start the test, and when it lights up, click anywhere to start. Tap to start your, hang on, when the lights turn green. There was another one that I've seen where it pops up an icon, you click it, start race test reflex test. 248 reviews. So people are downloading this stuff. And there's in-app purchases. How can you... What people make money off is amazing. To remove ads, 99 cents. 25,000 coins to $4.99. That's amazing. I'm always amazed at what you can actually put onto the App Store that people will be interested in. And it's got 248 reviews, 4.5 stars. Interesting. So today we are getting stuck into here. So at the moment I'm setting, when you select this, it's setting it straight from the element itself. It's not the most efficient way of doing it. So I want to recode that so that the setting screen is what's setting the actual setting, not the element. That'll make more sense in a minute. And then I'm creating boring captions, which is going to be easy. That's just boring captions, white on a black background, or white with a like an outline. And then I want to be able to customize the colors and how it fades in. So at the moment it's sliding up onto the screen and then down. And then I would like to be able to customize it so that we can pop into the screen or pop out of the screen. Screen. Don't have, so stats. There we go, there's the stats. $9.40. Let's start. Adam, how did you get rid of the title bar of the captions? Did you crop it in OBS or somehow in the code? There's a setting on it's called window style, hide title bar window style, and then that removed the top of the window. If I remove that, So that, see how that bar is added? So that just removes the bar, but it still leaves the cross minimize buttons at the top, and in this case it's got the little icon to say that I'm capturing the screen. So then in OBS I crop it. So if I don't crop it, you've got the bar at the top, so then that's overlaid on top of it. So I do crop the top of it. I would like a way to be able to remove the that cross altogether. This little bit. Doesn't seem, I don't know a way to do that yet. But yeah, so you can make it so the whole screen, the window takes up the whole screen. The code takes up the whole screen. Okay, so we got settings, and I got the, I just have to, it's been a few days. Last time I worked on this code was Friday. It's Tuesday now. So then I've got to refresh myself where everything's at. I've got the, so we got settings style view. And I got the style selection view. Currently, style selection view triggers the settings. So when I click selected, it triggers it within the actual style selection. I don't like that. I'm not going to do that. So I got to work out a better way of doing that. It works, but I think it's going to cause problems in the future. Maybe you can change the button's location when it turns to green, so that's an option to make it harder. Like moving the, I think the close, minimize buttons are pretty much hard-coded into the window. I don't know if we can move them. Hopefully there's a way to hide them. In Windows, I know that I can hide them. Like you can disable them and turn them off and everything. You can even make a window frameless. But in SwiftUI on Mac OS, I'm not sure how much customization I have there. Style view. So at the moment we've got the style view, and that shows the caption style. I can remove this here for the time being. Maybe different size buttons. See that? Possibly. So we got speech bubble. Boring captions. The standard boring closed captions. Boring captions. So now we've got boring captions, the standard boring closed captions, speech bubble, words displayed in a dynamic speech bubble. And then I want a better way of telling it that it's selected. Thanks, see that? You're working on the Reflex app or the Tik Tok, Tic-Tac-Toe. I think you said you're working on the Reflex app. Be interested to check it out when you've launched it. Oh, we got our first line of code tracked with the new tracker. That's exciting. I've sort of tested it while I was building it, so I'm not quite sure if it works well, but we'll see. Selected. We want to say selected is caption style.id. Is active. Failed to build selected. We need to specify whether selected is on here. So I'm hoping that I can just tell it that it's selected. We'll go up a level. We'll say I just restarted the captions, so the captions are going to stop. Oh, no, they're back. So used to just hitting play instead of testing in the preview. Okay, so we've got boring captions. If you say selected, I want that to deselect. Selected. So I wonder if I'm gonna have to call it, launch it. Go to settings. If I click that, so it doesn't actually trigger selected being changed. Settings, select. So I want to have the toggle being a binding element, but it's not binding. I don't want it to be binding when it's actually in the main view. I want to just set it to selected. And that's updated dynamically. Maybe it's not being updated. Settings. So I'm not actually setting it yet, am I? That's why? On select, maybe. is selected and on select. We'll call that is selected. So I think that's always going to be called externally on select. On select. Is active. Is selected. So it's triggering the is active. And then if it is active, we trigger on select. On select will set the current setting. And then we want to save it. Hello Jamie, finally managed to catch a live stream since our time zone don't align too well. Love the vids. Thanks Jamie. You're in the US, are you? So we got the settings. Select. There we go. Now that's working. Doesn't have the nice animation anymore, but that's working. And that should save it. So if I close that, go to settings. Yep. So that's a bit better than calling it directly from within the element, I think, maybe. In the UK, clocks just went back 1 hour, so it's a little easier to catch you now. (10:53 p.m. in the UK. Hello, Jaco. So today I'm working on, let me just remove that. So I'm working on the styles, doing the boring captions, and then I'm going to start customizing colors. I need a help coming up with a different style. So I've got the speech bubble style and a boring caption style, and then I need to work out what the next style will be. And then I want to be able to customize the colors. And then it's the home run, the home stretch, the setting up a website, submitting it to the App Store. I think 2 a.m. in Turkey. Says see that. So we got speech bubble and the boring captions. Is that what I called it? Boring captions, yeah. There is an NBA game at 3 a.m, so I'm waiting for it. So that's in an hour. So I don't know why there's a double up here of styles either. I would like to set that with animation, and that way it has that nice transition effect. Settings. There we go. Oh, but it's flicking the it's flicking the whole thing because I've set the ID when I was testing it. turning clocks back helped. I noticed the scheduling. It's 1 a.m. in Finland. I was a bit slow getting started. I had the kids jumping all over me. Let's see if I can show you. So, like, literally just before I started, this is what life looked like. So I couldn't get started. I was a bit late getting started. The kids were just, they were all up. But they're out the door for the day for a few hours, so I get some time to code. And those constraints help me because then I've only a few hours to actually get stuff done. So I need to get stuck into it. And then I try to double up my time by just streaming the code that I'm working on. Then I get kind of creating content and coding. I don't know. Speech bubble. So I don't like that gap, that spacing. I'm going to reduce that spacing. We can do that in the preview. Now, we've got boring captions. I think that's that. I just want to see why I reckon it's that spacer that's adding the extra settings. Yeah. Now I want to add the style for boring captions. So we got speech bubble. That's on the content view. We don't need the GIF test anymore because that's no longer a test, that's built into it. And then I've got this animation that happens when I'm reaching I've got like a top score for my coding. I got some animations put in there. And like a noise that triggers to tell me, but that did scare me because I forgot that I added that in there last night. What you want? Subtitle view. So I believe this is the code that shows the subtitle. Like I said, it's been a while since I've been working on that code. So yeah, that's the subtitle, but that's the styling of it there. So I've got the styling of the speech bubble here. Opacity doesn't work. So this is the effect that happens when it goes on screen. This is the subtitle itself, and this is the little notch of the subtitle. So I'm going to call it styled subtitle view. And then I'm hoping that I can there's a rotation as well that I've got somewhere. The rotation effect is down here. We might do that for now and see if this actually works. From template, styled subtitle view. We move this here. And we'll do real-time captions is real-time captions. And that will be a observed object in the child view. All I want to see at the moment is whether it actually works. Yeah, so I've been able to just pull that style out of the main code into its own style. See that, I am 23. Adam, you look like a person who I want to be in 10 years, married, kids, doing mobile apps. Funny you should mention that. So my whole aim of everything that I do is trying to talk to myself 5 to 10 years ago. So it's all the advice and all of the progress that I've had. If I had the path and direction of someone that I could see that was 5 to 10 years ahead where I was, I would have really jumped on that sort of content. So that's exactly what I'm aiming for. I'm aiming to talk to myself 5 to 10 years ago. So the fact that you've said what you've said, you look like the person who I want to be in 10 years, rings very, like, that makes me very happy. So we've got the, I also want to have the environment object, and this will be caption settings. Because we only want this style to appear if caption settings current, what did I call it? Called it caption style. Caption style ID is speech bubble. If it's style speech bubble, then it displays this style. Is this loading? Error. Extra bracket in there. Settings. So we got the live ones selected. And it's not showing any captions. So why would that be? Caption settings. Caption style ID. Speech bubble. Ah, the style, it was the image that I was pulling. So I actually need the ID, which is speech bubble. Let's go again. Jaco, just applied today to the Apple Developer Program. Exciting times. Do you have a MacBook? Are you building on a Mac? Have you had experience building before? I'd be interested to know what your experience is like. I really feel, so I've come from an experience developing web sites for clients, and I really feel like right now is like a golden age of app development. people are conditioned to go into the App Store, download apps. They're conditioned to subscribe. Apple handles all the payment processing. If you can hook into the App Store optimization, you don't have to spend any money on distribution. Apple handles all of the distribution. They handle all the payment processing. All you have to do is make an app that gets users on it, and people want to pay for, and you just print money. Alright, so when I go to boring captions, this now will turn off all captions. When I return, so now it's selecting between nothing and that one. That's exactly how I want it to handle. So now I make boring caption. Boring caption, I think was the name. Boring captions, I called it. So then we will have this should be black text on no background when I change to boring captions. There we are. So now it just has black text, no background. When I do speech bubble, it has speech bubble. All of the styles are tied up in here. So what I want to do is create a new style modifier or style wrapper. And we want to have outline width. By default it's 0. I've already got the code in there from when I was playing around with it, initially building it. We have style outline width. I only need to call it if it's actually got a width. See that? Do you recommend any monitor which you can use with M1? I just use a Philips widescreen with a curve. Can I show you? This is just a pretty stock standard screen. It's just a Philips. I don't actually like. I was tempted to look into the Apple screen, but it's a bit expensive. This one that I have, it's called a, what's it called? PHL 328E9Q. It was pretty cheap. I'm happy with it. Is learning web development worth it, Hamza? Hello, Hamza. I'm making a speech-to-text app. That's correct. I'll jump onto this one. It'll show you an example. It's all different styles because right now, so it adds subtitles based on speech to text, and it's just hooking into the Apple speech to text. And now I've got the new version of Mac OS installed, and it's got Apple Intelligence on here. So I'm hoping that the text detection is better. Alright, back to boring captions. And what we want to have is the subtitle view. Do I need this line index? This seems obsolete now. Yeah, that is obsolete. The text, subtitle text. And that just returns the active words. And then style, we have a style wrapper. Style is coming before text. Probably want style after text. Okay, so that will let me customize the style on each one. Hamza, what library did you use? Yes, Apple Intelligence just come out, but this uses this text-to-speech built into SwiftUI. So if you're using SwiftUI, it's pretty easy to hook into the text. You can actually see at the bottom of the screen, it's logging everything that I'm saying to add it into the app. But I've got captions turned off while I'm building it. I have M1 MacBook Pro that I bought for my studies. I've done some web development before, but I want to focus more on iOS development. The M1 works well, I found. Like the M1 was one that I was using before. The only limitation is the RAM, and Xcode runs really slow with new versions. It seems that this monitor is no longer sold in Turkey. It's quite an old monitor, but I guess the point, like, this is a, how many inches is it? 32 inch, and it's got that curve to it. So I'm not one to go out and buy the most expensive thing. It was the thing that, the widest screen that was a reputable name that I could find. Let's say the library doesn't exist for it and you have to train it yourself. You don't necessarily have to train it yourself. You can use Whisper. So OpenAI have Whisper, and then that lets you send audio, the subtitles, well, the text, the speech to text. But in doing that, there's some latency because you're pushing it to a server and then pulling it back. So if your use case doesn't worry about that latency, then that's good. What would you do if you want to recognize a new set of phonics for something other than speech? You'll have to be more specific, Hamza. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Let's say the library doesn't exist for it if you have to train it yourself. Do you mean like detecting whether a bird is chirping? The computer I'm using is an M3. And tax time came around and that should show the camera, but it's not. There we go. Bit of lag. So it's an M3. Lag with that. And I know the M4s are out or coming out, but the M1 would have been perfectly fine for me if I had had enough RAM in it. It would have been fine. Text to speech for other languages. Well, what I'll show you is there are, if you're using SwiftUI, you can select the language. So this has got, it defaults to the native language, and then you can also select other languages. So there is a way to customize the languages if you're using Apple's text to speech. Outline width 3. We have a style foreground color. I'll also have style outline color, which will default to black as well. Outline color. I'm hoping what happens now, I think we've got an error somewhere. What are the specs of the M3? Oh, look at that. That's proper subtitles now. That worked quicker than I thought. Let me switch over to enable the subtitles. So there we have boring subtitles. I can see that when it fades in, it's fading the yellow and the black together. It's just adding a weird sort of ghosting effect, which I'll fix, but otherwise that works pretty much straight off the bat. I'm happy with that. And that's one of the triggers when I say a trigger word. So the M3, I beefed it up with the most RAM that I could get. I think it's about 38 gig of RAM. I can go to about this Mac. Last time I did this, I did expose my serial number, so I won't show the screen. So it's a M3 Pro, 36 gigabyte of RAM. The RAM was the second most important part after the CPU. So this ghosting effect happens in the subtitles because I found this, there's this way to composite grouping. So you're supposed to be able to group everything as one item, but it does have composite grouping. Hamza, working on a special project, I have it in mind, something like that, but involves words, not English. It's hard to find any text-to-speech library for other languages. Jaka bought a BenQ PD3205. Has some flickering from time to time. Less after the firmware update. The MX Master, the mouse and the keyboard, I'm really enjoying the MX keys and the MX mouse. I was about to give up on this one when I was using it, connecting it to the dongle, but now that I've got it connected through Bluetooth, there's no more latency, it works really well. Muslims have a religious scripture which they can memorize. I want to make an app that recognizes the recitation and catch mistakes in real time. Are you building it in Swift UI? Because there are, like I was saying, there are the ability to select language that's being detected. And I mean, it's not perfect. You can see the ghosting effect here. So it fades in black. It's fading in black. Why is it doing that? Like a dream project. Yeah, I think that's the key. Just start somewhere, and if you start tackling the issues, it'll start to unravel itself. Try one way, doesn't work, try another way, doesn't work, and then sooner or later you do it. In doing so, you get a bit of code that you need to remove later on, which I've got in my code base at the moment as well. I haven't used any AI today. So there's this weird fade in effect. Is it happening every time or just on fade? I think that might be an issue with the green screen, maybe? No. Much more noticeable on a bright color background. What happens on a white background? Is it noticeable here? Yes, it is. This is a test to see if it keeps going. Not sure. That's annoying. Asus G16 32 gig RAM 2TB SSD NVIDIA Ryzen CPU, very fast. Yeah. The only issue with a Windows PC, so I've been from Windows over to Mac, and the only reason what made me switch was being able to build natively on the iPhone and Mac OS. You can't do that on a Windows computer unless you run an emulator or something like that. Maybe with the what I'm trying to see if I might turn off the text. What impact would it have if I turn off the animation effect when the words are popping up? Because I think for boring subtitles, we don't need as much animation. That works a bit better. With the speech bubble, I think it works well having the animation effect on there. What does the speech bubble look like with no animation? See if it's a bit easier to read. Maybe that's optional. Makes it a bit less dynamic though. Tricky one. So the option is to have the animation of the text, the fade in of words, the smooth fade in of words optional. I like that much better on that effect. But then it doesn't work as well here because it adds a weird ghosting. Working with Objective-C. I've never touched Objective-C. That looks tricky. Ah, Swift, yeah. So I think you can use visual code to build in Swift. I think just compiling and getting onto the App Store, you need Xcode. Yeah, you're right, Hamza. Stop it from falling. Because I think the subtitles, that falling effect kind of works with that. Because it's like a speech bubble that pops up. But then when it's the boring subtitles, we don't need that. But that does have... So that is customizing the fade in and fade out. That's the step there. So it could pop in, pop out, or just be a static one. This is live auto captions. We've got that's style, boring captions. Style, boring captions, put it into here. The yellow captions look a bit blurry. You mean when it fades in? Because that's the ghosting effect that I'm not liking the look of, how it blurs in. If you do the inverse, would you have to model sound waves to produce human speech? So we got the preview here now, live captions. Oh, you can't see it there, screen. There we are. Maybe if, so go subtitle, styled, composite, the composite group. We'll turn it off there and we add it to styled subtitle view. Let's see if that works. Make that whole subtitle the composite group. Let's see if that works. Still doing weird. It's even doing a weird Gaussian thing, but I don't have... In this instance, I'm not using Gaussian blur, am I? No. So I'm thinking what I'm going to do. Subtitle view. I think the only solution, the best solution to that is boring captions that go straight onto the background. Don't need to have that animation. So somehow I want to turn it off here. Because when I turn it off here, it works much better for boring subtitles. Hello Samuel, today I'm building live auto captions. So at the moment we've got automatic captions added to the bottom of the screen, and we can customize the style. So I've got speech bubble style, which is the default style, and today I'm working on what I'm calling boring captions. Day 6, working on boring captions, and then I got to work on a style. Not quite sure what the next style is going to be. That black border doesn't work that well on a lighter background, does it? Wonder why that is. Maybe if I increase the width. So we got the border width, might make that 4. Are you building anything today, Samuel? I'm going to test it back on this screen. Yeah, so that has more defined border around it. Increase it a bit more. Let's go all out, make it 8. Increase the width to 8. Whoa, that's a bit much, isn't it? 6. Does that work better? The way that I'm doing this effect adds some bit of weird sort of elements to the outside of it. Artifacts. Samuel, got an idea for a site to store public restroom codes around the US. That must be a US specific thing. I'm not quite sure what a public restroom code is. Does that mean, like, to use a public restroom you need a code in the US? And then people are sharing it. The way I'm doing the outline, I'm stepping through the line width and then adding like the element, the same text around it. That doesn't seem to work as good as I thought when the lines get thicker. I'm going to have to use AI for the first time. Okay. When I make the border width higher, it is adding a weird artifact around the letters. Is there a better way to add a stroke / border to characters that I can adjust width of? Stroke border, style stroke border. Alternatively, if you need more control or are targeting older iOS versions, you can use a background text approach. Is it that easy? Stroke border. Value of type text has no stroke border. It's just stroke. Let's see if that works. Type text has no member stroke. Put a text stroke view extension modified. And we add it in there with text stroke. Samuel, isn't that crazy? Basically, in the US, I assume to prevent non-customers from using, let's say, a Starbucks bathroom. The bathroom has a lock with a code you get in the receipt of your order. There you go. I never knew that. I learned something new. We've got public toilets pretty much everywhere. On most street corners, and there's no codes for it. I think sometimes if you go to... Oh, that's looking very blurry now. If you go to and we call them a petrol station. So if we go to a petrol station, or you call them a gas station, sometimes you need to ask for the key to use it. But generally, like a Starbucks will always have a toilet. I think it's law over here that any restaurant needs to have access to a toilet. Why is this blurry? So we got a blur radius that's making it blurry. Now we need to ask. It makes the background blurry though. I even added a little animation there when I use AI and it resets to 0 minutes. It wants to do this same... You're going back to the same method I was using, which added weird artifacts. Is there a native way to do this in Swift UI? Shadow with a radius. But if we say the radius is 0, how would that be working? Add multiple times increase thickness. Uses the native shadow modifier. Setting the radius to 0 creates a stroke effect. You can stack multiple shadows to increase the stroke thickness. That seems too easy. Let's see if that works. So I've got "1 minute since last AI query." I went for pretty much an hour without any AI. Okay, so I can see it's added a 1 pixel. So what if I add a bunch of these? Will that add a bunch of lines to it? No. What if I do... What if I add it to its own element, add a shadow to it? Will that work? Will that work? No. That's not adding extra width to the stroke, but does add a single faint line. It's saying I should create a whole thing. This is using AppKit and UIKit not supported. Stroked text. Hello Nader. How to find keywords from micro, niche and difficulty? Is 60 good? Is the difficulty 60 about medium? If it's like a difficulty of 60 is a keyword that I would target. Get some sleep, Jarko. Thanks for dropping in. Let's see if this works. Hard crash. Hit program assert. Once you use AI once, you're kind of doomed, because then you need AI to fix the AI code. So in the last couple of minutes, I've used AI 10 times on this one issue. Does this work? Kind of. What if I add a Z-stack? I add the normal text in the foreground. Hello, J Bluesword. This is Swift UI. All I want to do is add a simple stroke to the outline of the text. It is possible and native in Swift UI. Custom stroke, and then a width. Custom stroke, so then you can stack them as well. That seems to be a code that I'm looking to do. And then it's done by a multiplier, not a modifier. Why can't I apply that one? Attach a high resolution image for better results. Okay, so I can attach it. Alright. Let's see if that works. So we've got stroke modifier. Symbol. Nader, I have app for iOS for UK. I use one localization, English UK. What is the best method using for English US and other localization? Is this for the metadata, the app, inside the app, text to speech? Has no method symbol. Why do you keep adding symbol? see what happens if I press play. I didn't add the modifier, did I? Custom stroke, color, width 10. Let's go all out. Does this work? Doesn't even show any text now. Stroke width times 2, background rectangle. I think it's adding a mask like a layer. So we have function outline. Keeps wanting to use symbol. Canvas here it uses symbols. I've never used symbols before. And we're adding it to function body, function outline. And then we add symbols, context.tag ID, blur, radius, stroke size. Cannot find context in scope. Canvas context, canvas context, context. Outline context, context. Content context. Stroke size. Size, stroke size, does that get us anywhere? And I guess there's some masking added to it. So we have content padding, body, padding, stroke size 2, background is rectangle, foreground color, stroke color. And we're going to do some funny things with the mask. Outline, context, content. Does that work? I mean, I've got... Let's try 2. Custom stroke width 2. Does that work? Yes, that's much nicer, isn't it? Really impressed with that. Width 1. Does that work? Let me go full screen and see what it looks like. We'll make the background white. And I wonder if that also fixes that issue that I was having with the ghosting. Let's see. So we'll turn on animation again. So does that fix the issue with the ghosting? Oh no, that makes the ghosting even worse. That makes ghosting even worse. I'm gonna put on a white background. What's happening here? Whoa. So it doesn't work with any sort of animation happening, which is a shame. But I think what I'm going to do is just turn off the transition effects when there's a outline around it. See that? Thanks for tuning in. And go Rockets, I guess. I'll be back. Back to Claude. Subtitle view. This works, but with animation of changing text makes the background go weird for a moment. Can you fix it? Gonna grab another drink. Transition opacity. Drawing group modifier forces metal rendering. To fix the animation flicker, you can try adding drawing group and or changing the animation transition. Here's the modified version. I've never seen drawing group before. Stroke modifier. We add it after the mask. That'd be interesting if I can render things with metal. I've never used metal before. I thought it was a lot harder. Okay, does this work? Wow, I don't really see much of a difference. The other solution was So we've also got outline drawing group. Let's try it there as well. While I'm here, thank you. This really helped me adding an outline to live subtitles in my app. Drawing group. Let's see if that works. The other solution that it said was, and where you use the animated text, you might want to add a transition opacity, or any other transition that works better for your case. Drawing group doesn't do a whole lot. Text transition opacity. Hello, Theo in Tech. At the moment, trying to get these subtitles with a background that doesn't look all jaggedy. The background has a mind of its own. That didn't work. The issue seems to be the background resizing dynamically before the word has been added. Fully added on that animation transition. Is there a way to make the stroke modifier, what do I want it to do? Stroke modifier not resize dynamically on the with animation portion. I don't know. I have used AI 22 times in the past hour. Yes, you can try and maintain a fixed frame size during animation by using fixed size or explicitly setting the frame size. I don't want to set the frame size because it's got to be dynamic by nature. Here's how you can modify the stroke modifier. Fixed size. Add this to prevent dynamic resizing. Fixed size. Does that work? No, it doesn't work. Does that work? So I've set the width to automatically be the maximum size. And what's happening is the word itself is fading in. And then the background is resized with the rest of it. In SwiftUI, is there a way to force a view not to adhere to a parents with animation event. Basically just making it show static content with no dynamic animation. Nader asks how much time to see the result and rank for the new keyword in the App Store optimization. It can take like 6 months. You can use transaction modifier to disable animations for a specific view. Will this work? Oh, that did work. That surprised me. So I can see what's happening now. The width of the background is always... Oh, that cut off there though, didn't it? So when we go to the end of the sentence, what happens there? Do we get to the new line, or does it... No, so it's not wrapping around on the new line, but we're slowly getting there, I think. Okay. But is that an issue with... That's an issue with drawing it to this context, because we're not actually... Back to AI. Okay, so when the word reaches end of the width of the element, it should automatically word wrap. Fixed size, horizontal false, vertical true. To enable word wrapping in the canvas, you'll need to modify the outline function to handle text wrapping. Here's how. Using layer draw text in rectangle instead of at point, adding line limit nil and fixed horizontal false, vertical true to the tag content. Creating a proper CG rectangle that uses the full width view. This should now wrap text when it reaches the edge of the container. Does that work? First of all, things are a bit out of line again, and the background jumps around a little bit. But I'm going to do a long sentence and see if we now wrap that long sentence around onto the next line, which we don't. Didn't work. Background stroke. Jumping around slightly as well. Didn't work. Does not word wrap. So what I'll do is I'll set a fixed width for it just for the time being. Make the width 400, maybe 600. No, we want it to be enough that we know that it is wrapping. Stroke modifier. But I mean, I think it might be in that part. Let's see if this works now when I wrap to a whole new sentence. That worked. And it did dynamically resize my entire window, which was unexpected. Maximum width infinity. Let's see if that works. Don't know. Let's see if it works. I'm going to run off this paragraph again, run to the next line and see if it goes to the next line. When it does go to the next line, it keeps increasing the size of the window, which is becoming more of a hassle than I thought it was going to be. Do we just make... I was going to say, do we just make boring caption run on one line? Right now, I'm just trying to restore it back to a version that was working. See if this works. I want to restore it back to the version that I liked that was working. This is drawing it to a rectangle. I don't know if I want to draw it to the rectangle, do I? No, we want to draw it in. Drawing group, drawing group. Back to this version of the code. That was when it was. So that was the update we did, the transaction. When we set the transaction, it worked. When we turned off the transaction. What about fixed width? Hello, FLVJZ. I'm working on automatic live captions. So the words displayed on the screen are automatically turned into text. It uses the built-in SwiftUI Apple API for detecting speech. So it's all done on device, doesn't send it off to the server. And I've upgraded to the new Apple Intelligence, which came out today officially. And I'm hoping that has better recognition of text, of speech. At the moment, so this is what it looks like on... It's off the screen though, isn't it? So this is what it looks like. Because it resized my window. I'll make it blue so I can see the size of it. And then I'll resize the window there. Back to green. So it automatically adds the captions. These new captions no longer word wrap. Trying to fix that. And we've also got a style, like I can do a speech bubble style. Which is not working because if there's no outline width, I don't want to add any stroke to it, so we'll remove that functionality. This is a test. So now if I select the speech bubble, it won't try to add the layer to it. Thanks Stephen and FLVGZ. And those triggers, so that word triggered some animation on screen as well. So I've got triggers. I can choose the animations that appear. So when I say happy, or when I say hello, or when I say hello, or when I say thank you, and that can all be customized. So we can select what triggers the words, and then at the moment I'm working on styles. It's basically how it works is it does a green screen, so you can see that it's filtering that one. If I go back to screen, I turn captions off, you can see it's just capturing this window here. And now I'm working on this one. But the whole idea is to move away from boring captions. So like, I've literally called normal captions boring captions. So I want to have some dynamic captions in there. My tasks for today: add the boring caption style. There's another style I want to add, and then being able to customize colors and the fade in. At the moment the fade in is, oh, that did word wrap then. It word wrapped. Okay. So I want to be able to customize the colors and then also the fade in and fade out. At the moment it's got it jumps onto the screen and jumps off the screen. You'll see what I mean when I stop talking. And jumps onto the screen. So I want to be able to make it so that it fades. Like, we can't use fade, but I want it to pop into the screen, pop out of the screen, or just be always on screen or always off screen. Stephen, it's all running locally, running off the Apple's API for speech recognition. Will it be open source? I'm not sure. But it uses the speech to text functionality. Wonder if I increase the width of that. Got the custom stroke here. And we actually have got that coded in as style outline width. and style, outline color does not equal clear. So if it has a width and a color, then we do the width, outline width, outline width, let's try 2. Does that work? If I go back to this screen, I can see the background be better. So I think that works a bit better. And I'm thinking, I'm not quite sure I'm convinced that the animation of the text should continue like that, because when it does go on the new line, it does a weird transition. But if I turn off the animation effect, what will it look like? Hello Skittle, thank you everyone for the kind words. Let's see. What did I just do? So there's no animation when the words come up on the screen. And I wonder what happens. Yes, that works a bit better on this screen, on this caption. So I think my mind is set. Some captions work better with an animation effect. Other captions styles don't work well with an animation effect. So boring captions will be boring. So now I've got to get a way to tell real-time captions to animate that or not. So we have real-time captions. I think I'm setting it somewhere. There we are. It's on appear, on change. On change of caption settings dot no, that's caption settings. When caption style ID changes. And then we want to set word animations. Have caption style, be in caption style, word animations. Boring caption, word animations will be false. Caption style, word animations. And we'll set it on initialization as well. So what this should do is when we change the caption style, it will now tell caption real-time captions that word animations is either on or off. So we want to set that as an option here. Word animations, by default, it'll be on. With animation, if word animations, then we do with animation, else no animation. Will it work? Your favorite player is resting. Sidat is back. Hassan is in Canberra. Welcome, fellow Australian. I'm in Melbourne. Hassan, I recently stumbled on your channel and love the YouTube subscriber app. May I ask how you're getting the subscribers? Are you using YouTube API? Yes, I'm using the YouTube API. It was an app that I purchased, and it uses the YouTube API for most of it, and then it does scrape some data for live views if you subscribe. So when you subscribe, it's pulling from, I'm trying to refresh my memory. So it pulls more data when you subscribe, and that has less, like, I don't want to scrape YouTube servers too much. So that's locked behind the paywall. So it's a mixture of the YouTube API and page scraping. So these subtitles should have no animation, but I can see that they are being animated. Does the speech bubble have any animation? That has animation. Does this have any animation? Okay, so when I change the setting, it defaults to having no animation. That's how I want it to work. But on initialization, caption style, word animations. Oh, that's on change of. We want that to be on appear. So by default, this should not animate. Great. Speech bubble will animate. Boring captions won't animate. The animation does hide a bit of that clunkiness, so that needs to be revisited. If I go full screen, that works nicely. Then I go to subtitles, speech bubbles, that works nicely. Then I go to there. That's actually just a still from my camera. Yep, now it's working. So boring captions, well, there's a lag there. two places at once. So boring captions, strike that off my list. Now I've got to think of another caption style to have. Hassan, I'm a software developer as well, but never worked on iOS. Can you recommend how to get started? What's your experience? What software have you built in the past? What languages? What I'm going to do is bought Droid Cam for the iPhone to remotely stream what's happening on the camera. But there's a lag, so I move my hand in front of it. What's up with that lag? I think there's a way to customize the compression. Let's see if that works. So it's just a compression. Now it's blurry. .NET days. React front end. If you want to get into mobile development and you've got experience with React, there's the React native pathway, and that's building it's kind of like React, but it's a little bit different. And you can build native apps on Google Androids and on iPhone with React Native. Or if you use a what's it called? Ionic. So you got Ionic React. So if you've got experience building front ends in React, no, that's someone's name. Ionic. There's a special framework for it. It's escaped me for a moment. Ionic iPhone apps. It's like Catalyst, Capacitor. That's it. Ionic Capacitor. So Ionic Capacitor is like a web frame that gets encapsulated in an app, and then you can use normal JavaScript to access all of the API functions. So that pathway is the same as mine. I started off doing like JavaScript apps and then switched over to Swift UI, and the easiest way was just pretty much, if you got access to a MacBook, install Xcode and start playing around with it. And then tools like ChatGPT and Claude help you sort of get to it. There is a beautiful course on Udemy for iOS development from Angela Yu. Python, web development, Flutter. I want to get into Flutter as well, so that might be good to check out for me. Python, Swift 4.2. Yeah, worth checking out. Places like Udemy. Also, there was Codecademy I used initially. Check that's right. Yeah, Codecademy. They've got some beginner, like they got pathways that you can step into it. So you say you want to do Swift development. Hacking with Swift. What I will do, I'm going to say link to ionic capacitor. Why won't that let me put? iOS 12 Swift 4.2 course from Dr. Angela Yu. And then we said there's also, what was the other one? Hacking with Swift. Hacking with Swift. You start off by reading code and then you get stuck into it. UI kit is something else. But I do like how Swift UI works hand in hand with other programming languages. Like you can mix programming languages in an app and it just seems to work. I don't think you can put links in there. See that, so I'm going to find it.
Hold up, place go wild when I pull up. They all on me like they want some. Think I got what you need, well I have none. Hop off, you're a freak and I'm handsome. Slide up in the club like 2 chains. This snake is on top of the food chain. Sign out like a star, no new name.
Reached character limit. I'm adding that URL. Thanks for subscribing, Hassan. Got the animation for you. So what I want to do, the last course got 400,000 students, best course on Udemy. I'm going to keep those links for recommending next time. I want to do another caption style, but I don't know what other style there is. TikTok style, maybe? Like, I wanted to stay away from... But... let's call it... TikTok caption. TikTok caption. Dynamic spoken word captions displayed on screen. So now we do TikTok captions. Style subtitle view. TikTok captions. Caption. We want to call it caption because it's one. I want one word to be popping up. I have a string, this is a test. We want to get the last word from the string, removing white space either end. So if it's, this is a test, it will still return test. Oh, this is going to do different language. Stop. This is SwiftUI. Make this a string extension. Last word. The idea now is that it will only show one word at a time, like on TikTok videos. So it only shows one word at a time. I'm adding a background effect. And then that will show in the middle of the screen. So then that shows the words as it's being spoken. And we want that to be center aligned with everything. Caption settings, alignment, center. Let's see if that works. I was hoping that would add it to the center. Does that work? Yes, it does. Caption settings, alignment center. Caption settings, alignment center. But I think we are loading it, aren't we? Yep, so it is being loaded. Remove that for now. Does that work? Yes, it does. So you want that to be when it's bottom aligned or center aligned. That will put it in the middle. There, and there. Hello, iBeppo. This should put it in the center. This should put it in the center. I want to move the rotation effect and the offset effect. Okay, so this should be TikTok style captions that display in the middle of the screen. Kind of works. Not disappearing. And then it should disappear, and then it should also have like an impact, and it should be center aligned. Let me just double check that when I go back to my settings and I do leading I want this to go back to the normal spot. Yeah. So when it's center aligned, it will center on the screen. And I want it to center align the text. Let's just make this background color blue. See what's happening there. Hello, Zed. Beepo and Zed, what are you working on today? So is that going to be center aligned? Is that center aligned? I feel like it's left aligned on the center. Yeah. First step. Hidden, not showing words. Can I set the hidden feature? No, it doesn't look like I can. If I set the opacity, it will fade in. I wanted to avoid that because of the green screen. Adam, how the SwiftUI lines coded part work? What do you mean? Zed, finishing up my EdTech SaaS for the moment. Looks better than when I dropped in last time. It's coming along. Right now we've got boring captions. We've got subtitles, like speech bubbles. Boring captions. And these TikTok style captions, which I want to have like a single word as you're talking popping up. How's the EdTech SaaS coming? You said you're finishing it up. I need another energy drink. Tik Tok captions. Yes, I didn't plug in the charger. It's not plugged in at the moment. But this is a cable that should work. I discovered the issue that I had. Where is the box? There it is. So it wasn't the cable's fault, and it wasn't the keyboard's fault when my keyboard caught on fire. I plugged it straight into the power board. So I didn't plug it into like the USB of the MacBook. So it was a high voltage going through it. And then, I don't know if you can see this, but so I bought a new set of these cables, thinking that they're all the same, from the same brand. And it has this little magnet bit here. And you can't really see it, but that's got 3 rings where the power connects to it. Meanwhile, the other ones, and you can see probably see the size difference. This one's a smaller connection, this one's a bigger connection. That one's got 1, 2, 3, like 5 or 6 pins. That's got 2 pins. So what happened was I plugged in the charger into the one with less pins, and it shorted out, put a lot of voltage through it, and then started to smoke. And that's what it looks like when it burnt. So it was the exact same brand, but just... And I even did reorder on Amazon. So I ordered the exact same plugs that I ordered before. Yeah, so there has been some optimization with the captions. Let me show you. I'll bring it back to the normal settings. So Zed, last time you were in here, I think you would have seen about a 2-second delay with the captions. I've sped that up now to around about 1 second delay. So when I say something, it takes about a second now only to show what's being said. And I also fixed that issue where words were jumping around the place. There's still some jumping around that happens, but it's not like every single word. At the stream screen, there is a part, Swift UI, lines coded, minutes since last AI. I built that last night. I created this thing to track, so I can track how many lines I've coded today. I can track, like I wanted to make a bit of a topic that we can talk about. And then I added this graph function. And if I reach my best, a little animation gets unlocked. And when when this resets to 0, a little sad character jumps on the screen and rips up a piece of paper. Franklin, what is Swift UI and how is it different from Flutter or React Native? Swift UI is like Apple's native programming language. So Swift UI is specific to iOS and Mac OS. I think it's based on Swift, which is like, you can build Swift apps for Windows or Mac or even Linux, I think. But Swift UI adds on top of it for use on iOS devices and Apple devices. Yesterday I received a Type-C to Lightning adapter, and then in the evening a Type-C keyboard was released. I feel your pain, I Beppo. But, so I got these headsets. This is the first generation one with the lightning cable. And like what you've done, I just put an adapter in there. The Franklin, the extension being the stats. The stats I built, it's just a literally a Swift UI project. So it's a Swift UI project that I created. I thought it'd be interesting to track how many times you use AI in the day. So you've got like the question, got a chart view, there it is. So that's the lines coded overview. That I could open source because that it's quite interesting. So how am I tracking AI queries? All I'm doing, this app is just detecting when I press the enter key. So I made a class called keyboard monitor. When the enter key is pressed, it returns the name of the app and the key count. The key count, so if I put at least 3 characters into Xcode and then press enter, it logs an event to say that Xcode line has been added to the log. And if the app name is Claude or ChatGPT, it adds an event for AI question and then defaults to scene 1, which is the screen you see at the moment, 18 minutes. So when I load up here and I press enter, it'll reset to 0. And when I type something, I reset to that screen. So when I type something, press enter, it adds it to the graph. This song is crazy. I was going to build it on the stream, but I wanted to test it, and it only took a couple of hours to build last night while I was watching telly. And I want to get, I do get sidetracked, I do get distracted, so I'm really trying to get this app up and running. So my objective is get this app up and running, and then I can focus on my next project. So I was going to do it live on stream, but then I thought that's a whole day coding it up. Got to get that. So yeah, I thought it was going to be a whole day coding that up, so I didn't want to go down that path. I'd rather spend the day finishing this app. I like that blue background there, actually. That's really like a TikTok thing. I'm still working on my best auto captions app. And this app that I'm building at the moment was supposed to be a spin-off of it. clip to play. So this is a lot of the same sort of code in there, and it automatically adds captions. We can change the style of the caption, but that's rendering a lot better than what the live captions are. And then we can also add like animations to it and change the camera effects. I was getting a bit carried away with building that to the point where I wasn't releasing it. I've had a couple of weeks off building it, and I've revisited it, and I'm like, it's actually nearly ready. I don't need to keep tinkering with it. I think I just got to finish it up. I actually like that blue background. I only put that in there as a test. Where's that blue being added? With a radius look nice, because that's a lot like that Tik Tok style. See if the radius works. So what I would like to do background size, let me just see if this works. On appear with animation background size, which will be 1. Background size would default to 0, so I want it to zoom up like you see on TikTok. Franklin, currently working on my portfolio. I've been too lazy. Well, at least you're working on it. Zed used to make those history shorts for fun to understand the YouTube algorithm. That would help a lot throwing into the CapCut. CapCut has the automatic captions functionality built into it, but what I wanted to do is add dynamic feeling to it and also make it free to start off with, and then add a business model to it. That background size didn't work. I guess it's because the subtitle view is always being seen there, so it's not the place for it to go. Subtitle view. There you go, see? I've got done 12 lines of code this 10-minute block, and I got my nice animation. So all that code's just recycled from all of the apps that I'm building. The animation code that I've created, when I say things like thank you, will pop up and it shows the animation. I've also got that functionality in the app that I'm building with the captions. So the idea is that this code base I'm building is being applied to as many different applications as I can. So I'm not rebuilding everything from scratch, is the theory. I'm going to actually just see if this works before I start coding it into it. Not sure that it will work. There's a few other animations that I put in there as well, Zed. So there's a Mario dancing, a bear dancing, and something else. Now I didn't see, did that fade in, zoom up? No. What I want it to do is on change of text. Will that work? Does that work? I don't have the scale effect on there yet. Background size. Does that work? Yes, it does, but there is a delay. Now text will appear and the background will zoom up. But I guess only when it appears. So I might go back to on appear. So I guess now it pops up. Does it pop up? Let's make background size 0. See if it's actually listening to it. Does that work? When is it being triggered? It's not triggering any other time. Subtitle view. I can do this. This fixes the issue that I was having as well before. If showing words, then it shows it. If not showing words, Okay, but then everything disappears. That's unexpected. Cool effect, but unexpected. There we go. So because nothing was showing up before. So there is a slight zoom up effect. There's the dancing bear. Also, it shows when I'm getting into the flow state as well. So clearly we're 5 minutes into it and I'm clearly doing a lot more coding than I have before. Yeah, so those Tik Tok style captions are working. Center align it. Might just say bottom alignment. Don't forget to restore this. So we have center bottom alignment of text in the Tik Tok style, one word at a time. I'd like the words to be center aligned on that bit. So where would that? I think it's the center alignment because we've got that custom styling, that stroke. So we've got the stroke modifier, and I think that's what's causing it to not center align properly. Let's turn the width off completely and see if that is the correct reason why. So hopefully this center aligns. It's not center aligning. So there's like a fixed width. And then we want it to align center of that. We have the text alignment center. So yeah. Maybe it's just, I've already coded that in there and I can just say where have I done text align? Caption settings alignment. If alignment is leading, left, trailing, right, or center. I guess this has to be its own alignment. So now text alignment should always be center. And that seems to be the case. Is it center aligned? No, it's not. Let me hard code it first. Center, center. Spacer, spacer. Is that center aligned? Lots of little words. No, that's definitely not center aligned. Could be this stroke modifier, couldn't it? Is this center aligned? No, it's not. Make the text area red in background. Now let's see if that's center aligned. Well, it's not going to be center aligned, but let's just see. Okay, so it's not the text area that's doing it, it's the entire element itself. Oh, we've got a minimum width here. And I added that because when we do the speech bubble, you don't want the speech bubble to go too short. Style wrapper minimum width. Speech bubble is 70. So we go to speech bubble, we'll say minimum width 70. Everything else, the minimum width is going to be nil. And I also saw there was a leading there. Okay, that's better. Get rid of the red. And I also saw we've got this alignment here, which we want to do text alignment. That's going to be the wrong one. Alignment, captions, settings, alignment. Okay, this should work much better now. Put the stroke back on. Let's see if this works now. Yeah, that looks like a Tik Tok subtitle now. I'm happy with that. We've got a lot of overlapping of styles now, because I want to be able to customize. So I want the styles to have their own default behavior, and then the user can override it. So for example, the font size on the TikTok style, this font can be a lot bigger. And then if the user does override it, but I reckon I can check off that, because I think that style of captions works. So version 1.0 will launch with speech bubbles. Let me just test them out. No, they're not going to work because they're all over the shop with a hard-coded alignment. So it'll launch with speech bubbles, boring captions, and TikTok captions. If this product takes off and people are using it, it gets some momentum, I can add extra features. Even premium, that might be where the premium subscription functionality comes from, where people can download or use different subtitles, captions. Can add some dynamic functionality like some animations and stuff that happens in the future, but for now, for version 1.0, it's not needed. Next, I'm customizing colors, fade in, fade out, and also font size. Customize colors, fade in, fade out, font size, outline, and stroke. Do you think, Zed says, do you think you'll need to allow adjust the offset position too? Trying to think of the actual cases. I had to do it manually in CapCut. At the moment, there's a padding, like 100 pixel padding around the whole thing. So there's center alignment, bottom alignment, leading alignment, trailing alignment. And then when it comes to offsetting it pixel by pixel, that's something that I've wondered if it's a version 1.0 thing. The position on screen, yeah, that's what I mean. Because that would need a whole interface to change where it is on the screen, and I'm not quite sure if it needs that just yet. Yeah, sometimes it blocks things important, but it is possible, like because this is run with OBS, so I'll bring it up, screen, so I can actually move them around on OBS. So like there is that functionality available. Like I'd like to have it so within the app I can change the exact position, but it might be a future feature, because this is so basically what I'm building is a minimum viable product, a version that gets released to see if there's a market for it. Yeah, so you know what I'm saying. So I could get really stuck down in the nitty-gritty part of it and put all those functionalities which are nice to have, but it's that functionality trying to work out what ships with version 1.0. Like I could go all out and start building more captions, but I think 3 styles for the time being works, just to test whether this is viable. So there's always that trade-off between what goes into the first version. I'm drinking too many energy drinks today. Waka Design. Do I use an API for this app? I'm hooking into the text-to-speech API built into SwiftUI, built into the Mac OS. Zed, always adding so much to the minimum viable product and delaying my launch. Got to learn from you. Well, I'm not quite sure I'm the best to learn from that. Usually I try to pull back as much as I can from the version to see what the main function features are, but the short form video caption app that I'm building on, like that's really run over time, and I've put so many extra features in there that didn't need a ship, and then they don't work properly, and it's just I need to take my own advice. Now I want to start customizing. Tik Tok caption. How am I going to visualize this? This is auto live captions. Maybe it's just that. Tik Tok caption. For the captions, I'm using the text-to-speech built into SwiftUI. So it's same as like you would add a dictation function, where it's detecting what words are being said and it's running a full sentence. You can see here it runs a full sentence of everything that I'm saying, and then I'm passing that information. So in this example, I'm just taking the last word that's being said and then rendering it on the caption. If you're asking how the captions are working, that's what I'm building at the moment. I'm building the functionality to add the captions on there. So we got TikTok caption, boring captions. Oh, I've got that blue box hard coded. Speech bubble. That's not going to work. Alright, so that box can be coded into background color nil. Selected word color. It can't be selected word. Background square, background. Maybe we just do background color for now. If style background color is not nil, if style background color is not nil, background color. We have to add it here. Background color, color.blue. So these are hard coded at the moment. This is what I want to customize. Text highlighter. That's a better variable name. Settings. Now it shouldn't add it here. I like the we called it text highlight color. Thank you, Spencer. Checking it works. Boring captions. Speech bubble. I just saw that's not handling the whole thing. That faded in differently. So I've got to add that grouping. Oh, music has finished. Compositing group. I've got to add that to the speech bubble. Compositing group. And then that makes the fade in not happen on an element by element basis, but the whole thing. Yeah, so now it's fading in all together. I didn't. That was totally unexpected. The way that it disappears by zooming out. Don't mind it. So we have styles. Maybe aligning the text itself doesn't go. I was originally going to put it on the styles page, but I think the styles are reserved just for selecting what type of caption is displayed. And if we do change it, then it overwrites all of the default settings. We can go back into settings to change all of those features. So if we select that, it'll change it to yellow. If we select that, it'll, I think, themes. choose the theme to use, choose the style. Cleaner anyway. So it's always going to default to the speech bubble. Going to have boring captions, Tik Tok caption. I think I'll make that. The boring ones will be the last one. Boring captions will be last. TikTok caption, boring captions, and then in the settings I'll put a new section for changing the actual layout. Unless we have layout as its own tab. I put it in settings for now. If it gets too big, I'll add it into its own tab. Settings, general. And what do we want to customize? Actually, so I'm going to pull it out of this settings screen in the future. I don't want to put too many extra parts in here. Decisions. So we have settings, animation, styles, layout, settings, layout view, how would you be able to learn Swift? We just had a pretty good conversation about that actually. There's some links above. General consensus was that this is a good course to check out. And there's also places like Code Academy. And then of course, like ChatGPT works well too. Layout, what's a good icon for layout? Position, move, text. This would be a good placeholder for now. Settings, layout view, tab, layout. Layout. Settings, layout view. Made the mistake early putting the spacer outside it, and then we had an issue with doubling up of icons at the top. Padding. Padding was on the V stack, yes. Settings, header view. Layout. We want to customize the layout of captions. Layout. Cool. So we got settings, styles, layout, animations. Layout and styles. Guess it's just coming down to preference now, but I feel like that should be flipped. Unless style is the main one. Settings is last. So you have styles, layout, animations, and then settings.
It's like something I've never seen before, and it's closing in at a preposterous speed. Wait, this can't be. It's disappeared.
Styles, layout, animations, settings. And the how do I set the selected one? Fresh start settings goes to settings. Maybe it's just whatever's first there. Styles, layout, animation, settings. That's going to settings. Gotta break my AI streak. How to set styles as default tab view. I honestly thought I'd be hitting, so I made this tracker here to show how many lines of code I do per 10-minute blocks, and I thought I'd be hitting bests like nearly every other minute, every other block. Turns out not so much. Hello Yarika from Sydney. I would definitely say Astro is worth the price. There's other tools out there, and their monthly fee is how much Astro is for a lifetime license. So I definitely recommend it. And I follow Mateo, who's the guy who created it on Twitter, and he's a hard worker, so I want to support him. So I definitely recommend it. Selected tab styles. Okay, so defaulted styles, we've got layout, animations. I want animations to be a bit more fun. bear or cat? No. Dog? No. Bear is fine. Also, I think the price is yearly. Yeah, I wish he had a monthly subscription. Would make it a no-brainer. Actually, I don't know if it's... I should check that out, shouldn't I? Try astro.app. Oh yeah, it is a subscription. Pricing, yeah, $99 a year. So scrap that. Isn't a lifetime fee. It's $99 a year. So it's much more... It's a tenth of the cost of other tools out there. But it's easy to use, I think. So I put the little bear as the animation. Settings, animations. Zed raises a good point. If it's the only thing you use to get downloads, I'd say it's worth every penny. Yeah, so if you think about it as like a marketing budget. So what settings do I want to customize? Let's start with alignment and font size. I want to step through each of the default. No, I don't want to step through each of the default alignments. Available alignments. Available alignments. Leading, trailing, center. value. Cannot find alignment in scope. I've got alignment here. Okay, so we got caption settings, alignment, raw value. Select alignment, we'll turn that off for now. Doesn't conform. Hashable. Raw value. Gonna need to break that streak. What song is playing? I don't have any of those triggers to show what's playing, but this is from Epidemic Sound. It's royalty-free music. It's called End of a Dream by Solvents. The song before that was Stadium Chants by Cushy. Shazammed it. Did it come up in Shazam? I guess it did if you said never mind. Not convert value of alignment to expected type binding C. Gonna need to wrap that. I'm muting my mic between talking. I think a bit of background noise. So the options we want are bottom left, bottom right, bottom center, and center. Probably a bit more cumbersome than I would want it to be. Manually specifying each direction. Instead of that, we might call it lower left, lower right, lower center, center. Lower, 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 center. Lower left, lower right, lower center, and center. Select alignment, alignment. If I do grow in this project and localize it, these hard-coded values are going to be annoying, but version 1.0 lower right, trailing, lower center, lower center, center, definitely got into a bit of a flow then. 3 minutes into this block and I've just got the best amount of coding lines. Alright, so lower left. Let's see if it updates in real time. Lower left. Didn't work. Lower right. No, because I'm doing it in the preview. Lower left. Lower right. Needs some work, but I can see what it's trying to do. Lower center. Center. Lower left. Center. Lower center. Maybe we need an upper as well. Do you think there's many situations where there's needs for captions at the top? Possibly, if there's a lot of overlays at the bottom. More hard coding. Top leading, top trailing, top. Settings. This won't work because I haven't actually coded in. But we should have. We don't even have it as an option, do we? Logically, upper left, upper right, upper center. Upper left, upper right, upper center, upper right, center, lower left, lower center, lower right, center, lower left, lower right, lower center. We don't have anything triggering the upper ones yet. If it's trailing or top trailing or top, that adds a spacer to the left hand side. If it's not top trailing or top or top leading, then you add a spacer at the top. If it is on the top or it's centered, then we add spacing on the bottom. This is messy. And then this one is the spacing on the right hand side. So if alignment is leading or top leading or bottom or top. Not expecting this to work first time. Layout, set to lower center, lower left, doesn't work, lower right, doesn't work, upper center, oh this is upper actually, sorry, center, lower left works, lower right, center works, lower right works. So upper left needs more spacing on the bottom portion. Needs spacing here. Actually, it's probably adding spacing at the top. Layout. Lower center. Lower left. Lower right. Center. So we want center left, no. Upper left. Upper center. Upper right. My whiteboard camera iPhone has gone flat, so I can't switch over to it. $177 lines of code written. I used AI 36 times. And in the past hour, I've done pretty much nearly 50% of all the coding over a 4-hour stream. Definitely started to get back into the flow of it then. I don't think layout is a good name for this. I think I'm going back to style because I want to add colors and everything to here. So layout might be a section of, hang on, so I got style. Yeah, I've already got styles. Don't know. Theory is I'm going to just start coding it, putting the functionality in there, and then work out where it lives. Most important thing is to get the functionality working first. I had my mic on mute. Sometimes, Spencer says, sometimes struggle a lot with code from over getting it working, code form over getting it working. We want to start making it testable, but also usable from the start. And sometimes it hurts my brain. Yeah, I think that's the issue that I'm facing at the moment, just trying to get the functionality working first and then working out where it lies and where it goes. There's a trade-off between getting something, like hacking something together that works, and then also making something that will be easy to test and run, or easy to maintain in the future. Font size should be easier, and subtitle group size because they're just a drop down with numbers. In SwiftUI, there is an iOS stepper option. Yes, NS stepper is the AppKit equivalent. So I'm going to make a stepper view controller. Stepper view. Font size. That's kind of layout. Stepper. We're dealing directly with it there. Actually, I haven't saved. When I change the caption settings, we want to save the changes. Same here. And when it steps up and down, we want to save the changes. Would that be better suited as a menu or a stepper? I feel like a menu would work. Step through an interval from 10 to 200. 200. We'll call this one available font sizes. Available font sizes. Make an integer. Font size. We're going to split that into its own. Captions, customize. Screen position of captions, customize the layout and size of captions. Not convinced that's the best place for it yet. So we got font size. If I increase that to 190, that's not going to work in the preview. This should be really big. What size was it by default? Font size was 25 by default. I'm stepping up in 10s. Step up in 5s. I don't think 10. Don't think anyone would use that. Minimum would probably be 20. Oh well, may as well have the 10 option in there. And that the stroke needs to be relative to the size of the text, doesn't it? Font size 25, and we can get rid of this stepper that's going. So you have animation, have the styles. It's going to be, instead of layout, it's going to be customize. Because you got the style that sets the default set, and then the layout will customize from there. So this is the Tik Tok style. How does it work? It's quite effective. Especially with a larger font there. Next option we're customizing is subtitle group size. That's the number of subtitles that will appear in each grouping, except for the TikTok one, which only shows one. Available subtitle group sizes from 1 to 100. What is the default? 20. 5 to 100. 100 seems like too much. We shall see. Don't know maximum on-screen words. Until Tokyo Day says, bro, looks like a father of 4 that could hack NASA and a veteran at the same time. All respect. Thank you. Maximum on-screen words. So I'll jump over to here, let's turn that to 25, restart it. The lower left. So this has a maximum of 20 words per caption. Let's just keep running a sentence along to see what that looks like with 20 words. And yep, 20 words fine. 100 words feels like it's too much. So it does do. I've set up this thing where if there is a delay in talk, that it will just start a new sentence. So I've got to just keep talking forever and just continue to talk until I can no longer talk anymore without any delay, to see what happens with the text and see if it's too much. I reckon that's about 40 words. So I think the maximum probably about 40 words. $100, let's say maximum is 50 for good measure. But if caption settings does not equal TikTok captions, because TikTok captions have their own rules. Because that will only display one word at a time, but I do want the buffer. So if I select TikTok captions, TikTok caption I called it because it's just one word. So you can't customize number of maximum words, but when you've got, now we can. font size 25, maximum words 100. We actually set that to 50, but 20 is the default. So we've got font size and that one's set. We want to have the ability to customize colors. Let's see if that camera's working. Trying to get the whiteboard camera working. Should be working now. Nope. There we go. Customize colors, the fade in, fade out, the font and size. I've got the size working. Let me just turn them on while I'm chatting. So I don't mind this. We do center of the screen, make the font size like this. So customizing the colors, next step, fade in, fade out. Don't know if I'm going to get to that today. Selecting the font and the outline or stroke size. I've got to tackle the outline size. Also, I want the line width to be relative. So the 25 font size worked well as the standing point, as the basis. And if if I make the layout font size 200, I want that to increase relative to it. So relative outline width. All references of style outline width. Let's see if that works. Go settings. That kind of works. Go to size 200. Size 100. Yeah, I think that works. So now it's relative, the width is relative to the size of the text. Also think that the corner radius needs to be relative to the width as well. Relative, we'll make that uppercase. Relative corner radius. Again, we'll default to the size 25 times what I've got at the moment, which is 10. And then that should now have a much more prominent 25, how does that work? That's good. 80, what does that look like? 25, do we have some padding in there? Text. Padding, relative padding, we need to add some relative padding. Default is 5. So now I should add some padding in there to make it. Layout, add some padding. Is there padding in there? 200 is a bit big. Um, 100 is probably the maximum. I don't really see that there's any padding there. Relative padding. It's padding it horizontally. Vertical divided by 5. Let's see if that... So I don't really want too much padding vertically. How does that go? So if we make it 25, we should see it's got some padding in there that acts as I would expect it. Go to 100. And it looks like there's enough padding. $50. 80. 60. I think 60 is a good size for that, for the default. So colors, font and size, outline and stroke size. Font, stroke, text, stroke, size, 0. Text, outline, width. I think I called it. Outline width, outline color. And I want to save all of these. Outline color. Text outline width. CG float. Text outline color string. Text outline color. Text outline color equals hex of that one. So that initializes the width and the color. Text outline width. Text outline width. Text outline color. Text outline color. Cannot do colors. To hex. So we've already done it with the background color in that way. Next one. Text outline color. Text outline color. Text outline width. Hello, isolated man. Settings. This will reset all the settings back to default because it wouldn't have been able to load the settings properly. So I've set the style to Tik Tok caption. And it's restored it. Layout, I want to have So in the layout view, I can now put we call it outline width. Available text outline widths. We'll make it from 0 to 20. Outline width. Text, what do you call it, like stroke? Text stroke width, outline width. Available text outline widths, text outline width, text outline width. Not as user-friendly as I thought it would be. Are the captions working? Center, we'll make that size 60. Perhaps not as friendly as I wanted it to be. Like too many drop-down menus and it's quite arbitrary. Outline stroke size. I think that's new with Apple Intelligence. I don't know. That detection then was put a stroke between the words. Not letting me click it because it's just a preview. So we got the text outline, text color. That will let us set caption settings, text outline color equals reset color dot color, save. Yeah. Black, grey. That's not working. I moved the preset colors out of here. I just realized they need to go back in there, because the preset colors will be different pending the application. So background color, you only want the main colors. So when we're changing this, this is setting. We don't want to change the background color. We want to change the text outline color. Text outline color. Blue, red, grey, black, white. Then we can customize it. So we'll make it blue for the sake of testing. In subtitle view style. Outline width is going to be text. Now that I'm coding these for each of them, outline color, have I set that? Yes. Text outline color. Actually, the outline width probably is a boolean. Go to here, this will show that it's got a blue. Nope. Okay. There. There. The style wrapper probably going to be applied to all of them. Width will be 2. So outline width is either on or off. There's no point. That's just silly. Font size 25. 60. Yeah, so outline width will either be on or off. No messing around with the actual width of it. That's dynamic function. Checkbox? That is a checkbox. How to add a checkbox to SwiftUI AppKit. Custom views. Checkbox view. It's just going to be called text outline. Caption settings, let's go through, change this, refactor it to text outline. Boolean by default is off. Boolean. Not loading it. Text outline color, if present string, text outline color, text outline color string. Text outline, text outline, text outline color. Going to need to do actual work now, says Zed. See you sometime soon, Adam. Good luck finishing it by this month. Thanks for checking it out. Thanks for tuning in. Outline width. Text outline, if so it's 2, if not it's 0. So I think I'm going to have to set the style up here. Unless I set it as caption settings. Caption style, and then that will add the wrapper. I've already got caption style there. No. Stick with the wrapper for now. But we'll what I want to do is have... No, I don't want default behavior, because where we set the style, it's going to overwrite all of the style values. So I'll be phasing this out. Hello, bearded IT dad. It's going well. How's it going for you? That's yellow. Why is that yellow? Shouldn't be yellow. Ah, because I've got yellow up here, don't I? So I want to customize the color. So if we make it blue, that changes to blue. If we turn off, okay, that's working. First time's a good time. So give you a recap, I'm building automatic captions. At the moment, customizing the text that's displayed on the screen. There's a range of captions, different styles. I've got like a speech bubble style, a Tik Tok style, and then I've called this one a boring style, like a boring caption style. Making my way through list of day 6 stuff. So I built the boring captions, the Tik Tok style captions, and today, right now, I'm customizing. Turn the caption off. Right now, I'm customizing colors, font size, and the outline. Been doing this 4 hours and 50 minutes today. I've written 240 lines of code in the best. There's 29 lines of code in a 10-minute block. Epic. Thank you. Also, the animation is triggered by the app as well. So, like when I say hello, it'll have Kenny waving hello. So that can be customized. What was I up to? Outline. In the checkbox, I can turn the label off. So I don't want to have a label in there. Don't know why that's taking up the whole width there. I've got a spacer. Want the checkbox to have no label, want it to be right aligned on the view. Checkbox. Yep. Still left aligned. $15, $10, $0, $10, $15. Doesn't work well, does it? So make it left aligned again. And then the label will be text outline. We'll make it left aligned. You know what? I think that consolidates into there. And the color selection appears when it's enabled. I don't like the way that the Mac Swift UI stuff comes together. I like how easy it is to create interfaces on the iOS on iPhones. There's a lot more to consider. Outline, let's make it green. What happens then? White. But I mean, that should be... Oh, no, I'm in the preview, aren't I? So if I make that white. Cool. Green. Blue. Black. Yeah, I'm not 100% happy with the way that you'd customize everything. setting the outline, we've got that done. I think updating the font, not for today. I'm not going to get to that today. I'm not going to get to fade in and fade out today. My best bet is to get to customizing colors. So get stuck into the colors. That is foreground color. We've already got the outline color. Actually, the text outline could be its own. Do you know what? I think, because I don't like the way that works. Text outline might have a none option. I don't know. Am I just overcomplicating it? But this captions, so font size. I'm not a fan of this at all. You might help if I show you what I'm working at. I'm not a fan of this. Preset colors with none. With none. And none would be clear. None. Will that render? None. We have none, green, blue, black, grey, white, none. At the moment when we select none, there we are. So we have none, green, blue, black, grey. We can customize these later. And if we set none, that sets, I like that better. I like that better. So the text outline, we select the color. Took a while to get to there, didn't it? So we got the text outline color. We want the text color and the background color. Here we have text color, white by default, black by default. Text color, what do we call the highlight? Highlight color, text highlight color. I feel like text outline is obsolete because if I set it to clear, it's a non-issue. Black. Let's see if that works. I think just to make it easier because I don't want to double up on all of the settings, do I? Text outline. It's not going to compile at all because there's a lot of references to that text outline. Make my way through. text outline color, color clear, if it's set to none.
Hold up, place go wild when I pull up. They all on me like it wants some. Think I got what you need, well I have none. Hop off, you're a freak and I'm handsome. Slide up in the club like 2 chains. This snake is on top of the food chain. Sign out like a star, no new name. All these rats in my DMs, no message back. I just see them, I get them hooked and I reel it down for them back when completely. I'm a snake on this lane, I'm speeding my points in the train. No hand to get on me, no pain. We dripping in venom, so baby. I'm a VIP.
Does it work? It does. Let's change it to none. Yep, so then that removes it. Green, black. Okay, I'm happy with that. We have text color, text highlight color, and they're all handled the same way as text outline color, so I can just do this. Text color, highlight color. Text color, text color, string. Text color. Ah, thanks for sharing it, Bearded IT Dad. I think you only shared it because we both share beards being in IT and being dads. Thanks for dropping in though, mate. Text highlight color string. You can hear my son crying in the background, so I keep trying to mute it, but then I keep unmuting myself. I keep forgetting to unmute myself. Text color, text highlight color. Will it compile? Yes, it will. Next step is changing that color, which was defaulting to yellow. And we want that to be set to text color. Text color. And then we want this highlight color. Text highlight color. Does that work? Kind of. That's the expected behavior, but it's not working well, is it? Turn it all off. So now I want to be able to customize it on the layout page. Got to name that. That's not the right name anymore. So we've got the text outline. Move a lot of this old code. We're going to have text color. Text color. Text color. Preset colors. Text color. It's not going to have a none option in that one. Text color. Text color label. Text color label. Text color. Text color. Make it black, make it blue. Make outline none. So the text should be blue with a black outline, no outline, works. Text color. So maximum on-screen words will be moved up to caption layout. We have text color, text outline. I don't think it's loading correctly. And then text highlight color. Text outline. Highlight color. Text highlight color. Text highlight color label. Text highlight color label. Will that work? Let's see. Text color, we'll make it, so we'll go to the Tik Tok style. Make the background blue. Make the foreground white. So it does work. The defaults aren't working right, but it does work. Black. So it's not saving or it's not loading the colors. So I've set that white, black, and that should be blue. Text, highlight color. So I can set it, but it's not saving it or it's not loading it. Blue, black. Colors. I'm going to get this, finish this up, and then I think I'm going to be finished up for the day. I reckon probably another 20 minutes, 30 minutes. But I just want this to be able to save and then reset. So what I want to get done today, when I select one of these styles, it's going to save the default of what I'd like it to do into settings. So when I go to setting style, caption style. So we'll have the style. And we'll set the style to foreground color is black. Outline width 0. Outline color clear. Minimum width We want the minimum width to be I think it was 80 for that one. I don't know. We'll double check that. Text, highlight, color, color, clear. We don't want to have highlights. Cannot find. Okay. Import Swift UI. Tik Tok captions will be foreground color will be white. Outline width is 2. Outline color black. Minimum width nil. Highlight blue. Boring is yellow, black, and clear. So I set speech bubble black, black, none. Tik Tok caption black, black, none. What's going on there? I'm not actually saving it yet. Caption settings, text color equals. This is quite cumbersome. Text outline color. Not sure, we're not using outline width anymore, are we? Outline color equals outline color. Text outline color, text highlight color, really colored or clear. Caption settings. So that will set the text color, the outline color, and the highlight color. Yes. Does that work? Yes. Yes. Now we also want to set the font size. override the font size. Caption settings, font size, caption style, font size. That doesn't exist at the moment, we've got to create that. Style, wrapper. Font size 25 is the default. Font size 25 for speech bubble. TikTok, we want that 60. And for boring captions, we'll make that 25 too. So now we set the TikTok, that sets to 60, that sets to 25. And we want to reset the maximum on-screen words as well. Subtitle group size, we called it. Subtitle group size. The default is 20. Could make it a bit bigger with the boring ones. Subtitle group size is style subtitle group size. Settings. Got TikTok caption font size 60, speech bubble 2520, auto 2530, awesome. And then also the alignment. I want to set the alignment, going to be different between them. So caption settings alignment equals caption style alignment. By default be bottom. Does not conform to hashable. Custom hash. Just made it a bunch more difficult. Alignment. I want to set that Tik Tok. So alignment will be leading. Alignment bottom. No, that'll be center. And that alignment be leading. That defaults to lower left. That defaults to the center. And that defaults to the bottom. Cool. So the styles change, that sets, they're like the presets, and then we can customize it. So the layout will be called customizing. Layout. Customize. What was the icon that I was using? Customize. Custom. Modify. What's an icon I can use for customize? Edit. Pencil. That's a nice one. And that's probably going to be called directly from the styles page. For now, it's in the navigation, the tab view at the top. So I can customize, set animations. So it works nicely. There we go. So today we got the boring captions. We got the boring captions done. We got the TikTok style captions done. Got the customization of colors done. Need to just fix it so it can save and resume. So you can save it and then resume the colors you've used. We got the outline of the text done. So it's got the black background. That's customizable. Didn't get to fading in the animations or the fonts. That's a challenge for another day. And I did 306 lines of code. I used AI 48 times. And my best coding was about just after 1 o'clock. Did 29 lines of code in 10-minute block. Thanks for tuning in. And I hope you've been able to code along with me.